finishing up the warm-up for all classes to get the race day started. It'll be qualifying, 5-minute sessions coming at you next, getting started kid karts, followed by Group 2 cadets, Group 3 junior, Group 4 senior novice, Group 5 vintage Yamaha, and Group 6 senior pro and masters. Qualifying up next. Kid karts coming out first for qualifying. We are on Speed Hive for the live timing. Speed Hive this afternoon. Got Trey Sanders in the 3, the 5, Jacob Martis. Ayrton Blam, the 11, 19. Is Nico Olivarana. Lion McPhail, the 55, 19, Ezra Medina. Liam Lofton, the 123. 99 is Peyton Lundstrom. And the 81, Vivian Matajasic. McPhail with a 103.621, the 55, Trey Sanders the 3, 103.67, and Medina 104.01. 106.85 for Plan. Matajasics 107.9. Couple getting tangled up down there in the S's, tricky part of the racetrack here at Adams. And McPhail improves to 102.29. 103.6 for Sanders, the number 3, 2 quickest. Medina, the 19, 104.01. Cadets up to the grid. Cadets up to the starting grid. Ryan McPhail, the 55, leading the way in kid car qualifying, 102.29. Good turnout with 9 kid car qualifiers. It's McPhail, Trey Sanders, the 3, 19 Medina, Plan, the 11, and Matajasisi. Top 5. With time running out, and the Cadets coming out to qualify next. Juniors up to the grid. Juniors up to the starting grid. Checkered flag out on the session for kid kart qualifying. McPhail, 102.29. Medina, the 19, with a 103.26, and Sanders, P3, with a 103.36. Cadet qualifying, Group 2 coming out next. Juniors up to the grid. Juniors Group 3 up to the grid for qualifying. Cadet qualifying coming out. If you can't join us at Adams Motorsports Park this afternoon for some AMP 4-cycle racing, join us on the Adams Motorsports Park YouTube channel for the live stream. And speed highs so you don't miss a single lap all day out here at the world famous Adams Motorsports Park. Cadets out on track for qualifying. strong turnout with 17 of the cadets. Early on, Chase Ritter in the 56 with a 5.265. Hudson Hidalgo, 5.329. Reed DeJanes, a 151 with a 5.358. Otto Butler, the number 12 car with a 5.369. Mason Brody, the number 7, with a 5.4007. James Bond. Leah Tarosian, the 63, with a 5.460. And then Benjamin Monroy at 5.504. And the number 16, Tanner Hennison, the 5, with a 5.655. Garrett Campbell, 5.683, the number 4 Kart, 99. Is Cameron Brody, 5.781. And Mercy Hernandez, the 17, with a 5.857. Chase Ritter in the 56 leading the way with a 5.205 over Hudson Hidalgo and Otto Butler. Chase Ritter in the 56, 5.182 now for Chase. Hudson Hidalgo, the 31, with a 5.207. Reed DeJanes, the 151, with a 5.274. And Mason Brody, the number 7, with a 5.280. So it's now Matthew Paciuli goes number 1, 5.272 for the number 90 of Paciuli. So it's Paciuli, Hudson Hidalgo, and Chase Ritter now P3. Reed DeJanes, the 151, P4 with a 5.251. Mason Brody, the number 7 with a 5.267, and Leyland Dagno, the 909, with a 5.267. So it's Paciuli, Hidalgo, and Chase Rittering, top 3. Just getting qualified and started out here. We have juniors up next. Juniors up next. Juniors up to the grid. Cadet qualified out on the racetrack. Matthew Paciuli, the number 90, 31, Hudson Hidalgo, and Chase Rittering, the 56. Reed DeJanes, the 151. That's your quick 5. P4 cycle schedule for the day with 6 classes. Kid Karts followed by Cadet. And juniors up to the grid. Juniors up to the grid. Cadet qualifying on the racetrack. Cadet qualifying on the racetrack. Matthew Paciuli, the number 1 spot over Chase Ritter, now up into P2 and P3 for Dagno, the 909. And remember, we're live stream on the Adams Motorsports Park YouTube channel. All afternoon here in the AMP4 cycle racing at Adams. Checkered flag out on the session. And Paciuli trying to hang on to the number 1 spot with a 5.048. Chase Rittering back up into P2. Daniel P3. Hudson Hidalgo P4 and Reed DeJames P5. So it'll be juniors coming out next. Group number 3, followed by group 4, senior novice. Senior novice up to the grid, please. Senior novice, group 4 up to the grid. 5-minute qualifying sessions. And remember, the taco truck is on the premises. Cruise on over and visit them. They are right before you head down to the bottom level here in the pit area at Adams, the taco truck. Full menu and cold beverages. As we'll get ready to bring juniors qualifying 5-minute session. Senior novice up to the grid. Senior novice up to the starting grid for qualifying. Track layout this afternoon at Adams. Of course, the track names for Adams family members over the years. And remember, they've been racing out here since the mid-50s. Dominic Goncharko, 67. It's a Goncharko attack, a 5.028. Matthew Reinl, 5.078 to 77. Tyson Polk, the 32, the 5.127. 21, Brandon Chu, 5.141. Cole Gaddis, 233, goes 5.035 P2. Matty Dragon, the 24, with a 5.169. Julian Villery, 5.182. Card number 95, the 916. Jeff Amundsen, 51.97. Darian Hornsby, the number 61 with a 5.257. Donald Wachowski, the 20 car, 5.289. And Kinzo Kawhi Kane, the 5.19 with a 5.382. Dominic Goncharko, the top spot, 4.982. The number 67 Kart. Senior novice up to the grid. Senior novice up to the grid. For the 233, Cole Gaddis goes P1. Now Rhino goes P1. The 77 with a 4954. Brandon Chu P3 with a 4961 in the 21. So it's Rhino, Gaddis, and Chu. Guncharco now P4. Then Tyson Pope P5. Time running out in the session. Junior qualifying, Cole Gaddis, the 233, P1 with a 49420 over Matthew Rhino. Now Rhino, 4937, the 77 of Rhino goes P1. Rhino, Gaddis, and Brandon. Flag out on the session, so Rhino with a late run. Brandon Chu P3, P4 Guncharco, and Tyson Polk P5. Group number 4 coming out next. It'll be senior novice qualifying. We need vintage Yamaha to the grid. Group 5 vintage Yamaha to the grid. Looks like we got them up there. them in senior novice. Qualifying 5-minute sessions. Vintage Yamaha up next. Vintage Yamaha to the grid. 52.87 for the 932 is Zachary Abraham. The 11 car, Christopher Huerta. 5.393. Larry Hernandez goes 5.386 in number 7. It's like scoring showing 2 7s out there. Adam Tahan also showing a 7. They'll correct that. Brittany Hernandez, the 69, 55.59. Colin Herzig, the 22, 56.49. Zachary Abraham, the 932 with a 5.202 in the number 1 spot. Tahan, 5.249. Couple of 7s out there. Hernandez rocking the number 7, 5.282. Huerta with a 5.288. And Christopher Kohler with a 5.293, the number 5. So Abraham a 5.195, the time to beat, the 932 car. Zachary Abraham, 932 kart with a 5.172 now. Keeps getting quicker laps in. Vintage Yamaha up next. Vintage Yamaha. Group 4 on the racetrack, senior novice qualifying. Time running out. Abraham, the 932 kart, 5.172. The only driver in the class getting down in under 52 seconds. And the checkered flag is out on the session. Abraham, 5.172, the number 1 spot. Vintage Yamaha, group number 5, qualifying up next, 5-minute session, followed by Senior Pro and Master up to the grid. Group 6, Senior Pro and Master. Vintage Kart qualified, Mike Johnson, the 17.4670. Tom Niels, the 28 with a 4.801. Damian Riley, the number 8 kart with a 4.920. Bob Shippert, the 29 with a 4.967. Terry Russell, the 97 with a 4.985. Murphy O'Brien, the 3 with a 5.185. Senior Pro and Master to the grid. Senior Pro and Master to the grid. Mike Johnson, the 17 with a 4.607. Tom Niels, 4.608. And Shippert, the 29 with a 4.822. Johnson goes 4.591. Niels goes 4.607. So Johnson's got it dialed in. Corey Mack working on that thing this weekend. Now Tom Niels at 28 goes 4.582. Steals the number one spot from Johnson. Only two vintage Yamahas getting down into the 45-second range. 28 of Niels, 17 of Johnson. So Niels number one spot, 4.582. Johnson a 4.591. Checkered flag out on the session. Niels number one spot, Johnson P2, Schiffer at the 29, P3 with a 4.77, and Terry Russell the 97 with a 4.79. Senior Pro and Master qualifying. The final group of qualifiers coming at you next. Then we'll get into the heat races with Kid Kart getting it started. Kid Kart's up to the grid. Jason Little, the 5 with a 5.130. Now Sebastian Kozlov, the 918 goes 5.126. William Tarosian, the 355 with a 5.189. Ryan Gabato, 5.207, cart number 25. Nick Rajewski, 5.229. Cart number 47, Jose Silva, the 46 with a 5.254. Michael Velasquez, the 123 with a 5.322. Yahaya Isa, 5.457. Cart number 16. Dominic Adams, 5.264, the number 9 machine. Steven Herzig, 5.795, the 22 cart. Max Saga goes to number 1, the cart number 88 with a 5.034 for Max. Jason Little, the 5 cart, 5.074. Saga 5.034, the 88 cart. Sebastian Kozlov, the 918, P2 with a 5.058. Max Saga leading the way, the 88 cart with a 5.020. Tarosian, the 355, goes P3 with a 5.062. Then Jason Little. Saga 5.020, the 88 cart leading the way. Now he goes 5.015 for the 88 cart, Max Saga. Time running out on the session, the final qualifying session of the day before we go racing. Checkered flag out on the session. Saga 5.015. Dominic Adams goes 5.053, the number 9. And that'll wrap up qualifying. We'll try to get them all back in. Looks like Daniel having some issues there late in the session as the checker came out. So it looks like they have a couple minutes here scheduled to go at 10:35 for the kid carts, so just about 10 minutes. We'll call kid carts up though, kid carts up to the grid. We have about 10 minutes, we'll go racing. Kid Karts will be getting us started. Group number 1 for the heat races. Scheduled to go 8 laps. The mains a little bit later on, going 15. Kid Karts followed by Cadets. First 2 groups. Kid Karts followed by Cadets. Ready for our first race of the day. After the drivers' meeting, morning warm-up, and just wrapping up qualifying. They'll take the short way around, and we'll get our first green of the day racing. Kid Karts, the young guns of the sport, the next generation, and Lion McPhail. Shot out of a cannon. Good start as they negotiate their way through Big Monza. After getting the first green flag of the day, group number 2 up to the grid. That's Cadets. Cadets up to the grid. Lion McPhail, the 55. Trey Sanders, the 3. 19, Ezra Medina. Ayrton Plan, the 11. 81, Vivian. Mighty Yasuke. Jacob Martis, the 5. The 6, Nico. Olivia. Arana, card number 6. Liam Lofton, the 123. 99 is Peyton Lundstrom. Good battle right there for second and third. as Medina pulled up alongside of Sanders. 3 in the 19 going at it, that blue machine. The 19 of Medina. Used the end of that long straightaway and tried to make a move into second. McPhail out on the lead into Little Monza. Early on in this one, 8 laps for the heat races. Cadets up to the grid. Cadets up to the grid. Nine of them in kid karts to take the green. A pretty good turnout for the class. Adams Motorsports Park 4 Cycle League. Ryan McPhail got that early hole shot advantage, looking not look back in this one and take them all 8 laps. He raced with Tri-C karters right here on Sunday as well on the same track layout. Sanders and Medina still going at it. Sanders, the 3, has the advantage over the 19 of Medina. Farther back to the 11 of Plan, running in 4th. Medina gets another good run, pokes the nose out down on the inside into Big Monza, but not enough to make it stick. Sanders stays in second. McPhail gets by some slower traffic. As second and third will have to deal with it coming out of the left-hander in that short straightaway into Little Monza. McPhail leading the way, has the advantage, the black helmet, the 55 kart. Sanders and Medina get by the slower traffic without incident. Now through, no bus stop this afternoon on the Marion layout. They'll just go straight right there in front of the old snack bar at Adams. Down through the S's, then that right-hander in the long straightaway. Medina not as close that time down the straightaway, as McPhail will come up on 2 more slow traffic cars he'll have to deal with. Makes a move down on the inside, picks 1 off, picks 2 off. Nice job by McPhail. Out front, now it's clear sailing for a little bit, for a lap or 2. As second and third, Sanders and Medina trying to get by the slower traffic as well. As Sanders has opened up a little bit, running in the number 2 spot. Cadets Group 2 up next. Cadets up next for your heat race. McPhail has led throughout in this one, picking up where he left off last Sunday. Right here at the same track, still waiting on the new K1 to open. Last word we heard was August. Sanders running second, Medina third, Plan runs fourth. And they'll get the 2 to go sign for Ryan McPhail. Group 2 cadets ready on the grid. Up next, 8 laps for their heat race. McPhail looks good out on the lead through Little Monza. We'll get the white flag next time crossing the start-finish line. Sanders all by himself now in the number 2 spot. Farther gap back to 3rd. That's Medina, the 19. And cadets to follow. White flag, 1 to go for Liam McPhail, your leader. Rest of the field getting the white flag. Sanders runs 2nd, Medina running 3rd. They'll be back in a little while later on for their main going 15. 12 laps for the kid karts. Everyone else will go 15 for the mains. Liam McPhail, checkered flag, gets the heat race win. Medina kept it close for 2nd and 3rd, but 2nd will go to Sanders, Medina 3rd. And the cadets coming out next. Samadi Yasik, the 81, into the top 5. Jacob Martis finishes 6th, 7th. Goes to Peyton Lundstrom. And Liam Lofton in the 8th spot. 9th, Nico Oliva Arana, the number 6. It'll be cadets. We'll call Junior up to the grid. Junior up to the grid, group number 3. Cadets up on the grid for an 8-lap heat race. Cadets coming out. Race Group 2. Race 3, Race Group 3 juniors up to the grid. Juniors up to the grid. Approaching the starting line, green flag racing. Cadets are off as they'll fly into Big Monza. Clean after the green, and they make it through Big Monza without incident. The 90 getting out is the best start. And it's Paciuli, the 90. Back into the number 2 spot already. Going 8 laps in the heat race. Clean so far, so good on lap number 1. Down the long straightaway here at Adams. Lap 1 in the books with the 56. Chase Rittering getting around and will lead on lap number 1. Paciuli got out first, but then it was all Rittering. And now Hidalgo's going to get by. Paciuli's going the wrong direction early on here. Rittering will lead in a little Monza. Hidalgo in the number 2 spot. Paciuli continues to go backwards. 2 more karts getting by on lap number 2. Group number 3, Junior up to the grid. Junior up to the grid. Chase Rittering out front. Here comes the yellow and black card, Hudson Hidalgo. Leyland Dagno, the 909. Runs in 3rd spot. Then it's a 12 of Otto Butler. Junior's up to the grid. Junior's up to the grid. Hidalgo really took a big chunk out of the lead that time, comes charging right up on the back bumper of the leader. So now it's 2 karts up for the lead with Hidalgo pressuring the leader Rittering. 909 is Leyland Dagno. At the halfway point next time through into Little Monza now. It's still the 56 of Rittering holding off the charge of Hudson Hidalgo. Then it's the 12 of Butler. Reed Deschaines the 151. Hernandez the 88. Monroy the 01. Then Leah Tarosian, Mason Brody, and Roxy Reinl into the top 10. There goes Hidalgo to the lead. Got a good run down the long straightaway, kept the momentum going and blew right past the leader. Third leader of the race is Hudson Hidalgo. Got him at the halfway point in this one. With the juniors up next. Juniors up to the grid. Hidalgo, the black and yellow machine, has about a 2 kart lengths advantage now. Rittering trying to keep him in his sights. With Daniel not going away, the 909 is still right there, looking for more. 3 to go in this one. They'll get the 2 to go sign next time over the start-finish line. Mains later on will go 15 laps. Kid Karts will go 12. Hudson Hidalgo. Daniel getting closer, running some quick laps, just 2 seconds off the pace. Juniors ready to go on the grid up next. Juniors up next. White flag, 1 to go. Hudson Hidalgo. Hidalgo, Rittering, and Daniel farther back. To Otto Butler and Reed DeJanes. Anakin Hernandez and Leah Tarosian, the 63. Then it's Monroy, Brody, and Reinl into the top 10. No change there. On the white flag lap with juniors up next. Nice 4 kart battle there behind the leaders. Fighting for their best finishing position. Checkered flag out, nicely done. Hudson Hidalgo. Chase Rittering for second, Leyland Daniel. For third, the 909. Butler edges out DeJanes for the top 5.
Juniors off the grid and onto the track here at Adams. This is group number 3. We need group 4 up to the grid. Senior novice. Senior novice up to the grid. Eight laps for the heat race for the juniors, group number 3. All right, no green. They're going to bring him back around one more time. Didn't like what they saw up there with the juniors. Take the shortcut and we'll try the second attempt at the green flag here. Try to get him slowed down. No start again. Didn't like it. Looks like they're getting out of the tram lines behind the leader there and diving into the middle before he's even waving the green. So they'll try one more. And he tells them, stay in your lane. So we're watching the stay in line. There's 2 lines. We're looking to see 2 lines and stay that way, and nobody makes a move until they go green here. So we'll try it again, the 3rd attempt. Eight-lap junior heat race. Nice 2 straight lines to the green is what we're looking for. Green flag racing, 3rd time's a charm for juniors. Into Big Monza. Good start as they're still fighting for position. Gaddis at 2:33, Reinl the 77:21, Brandon Chu, Tyson Polk the 32:24, Matty Dragon, Donald Witkowski the 20, Julian Villery the 95:61 is Darian Hortonsby, Jeff Amundsen the 9:16, 5:19 is Kenzo Kawhi Kane. And Dominic Uncharco. Gaddis 2:33, Reinl and Chu. Then it's Tyson Polk, Matty Dragon, and Villery. Gaddis out front. It's tied up front with 5 of them. Fighting for position early on into Little Monza. Reinl putting all kinds of pressure on the leader, Gaddis. Brandon Chu right there as well, the 21. Gaddis out front of Rhino. Gaddis takes a look over his right shoulder. Rhino about a kart length behind him. It's still close up front with 4 of them in the lead pack. Starting to spread out a little bit in a little Monza. Gaddis asking Rhino for help. Let's pull away from the rest of the field. And we'll see if Rhino helps him out or tries to race him and get by. That's lap number 3 in the books with 5 to go. Cole Gaddis. Chew, the red helmet, continues to run in third. Senior novice up to the grid. Group 4 senior novice up to the grid. Rhino gets a better run. It comes right up on the back bumper of the leader Gaddis in a little Monza, now through the S's. Gaddis seems to be a little bit better down the long straightaway. Rhino could only get into about 2 kart lengths down the long straightaway on the leader. Tyson Polk runs 4th to 32. 4 to go in this one at the halfway point. At the halfway point. Gaddis again about 2-3 kart lengths on second place Rhino. Chew and Tyson Polk, that's your top 4, gap back to 5th. And now they're looking at 3 to go with senior novice up next. 3 to go. Gaddis a little bit of a slide into little Monza. Rhino can't take advantage. He's about a kart length behind still. And they'll get the 2 to go sign. Gaddis looks back. Rhino about 2 kart lengths back. No change there. Chew a little bit farther back that time in 3rd. Then Tyson Polk 4th. Again, the leader slides, allowing Rhino to come up on the back bumper in a little Monza, but that's as close as he gets. White flag coming out. Gaddis needs to hold off Rhino for 1 more lap. White flag, 1 to go. Senior novice up next. Gaddis, it's about as close as Rhino got at that point at the finish. Rhino settles for second. Brandon Chu for third. Tyson Polk and Matty Dragan up for fifth. Vintage Yamaha up to the grid. Vintage Yamaha up to the grid. All right, they'll take the short way around. We'll look for the green flag. Senior novice, group 4. Green flag racing. Good start for senior novice. Had a big Monza. Abraham the 932. Number 1 qualifier out on the lead. At a little Monza on lap number 1. Looking to pull away early here. Adam Tahan, the number 7. Christopher Kohler, the 5. Larry Hernandez, the card number 7. And Christopher Huerta, the 11. Brittany Hernandez, the 69. Fredro Berdano, the 909. Colin Herzig, the 22 cart. In the back of the field early, as Abraham will lead them at the 932 cart. Senior novice on track for their 8-lap heat race. Vintage Yamaha up next. Vintage Yamaha to the grid. Nice little move in the rear of the field, down low on the inside. He's going to get passed by 2 carts. That was the 69, Brittany Hernandez getting passed through Big Monza. 932, Zachary Abraham out front. Down trying to hang on in that number 2 spot with Hernandez breathing down his neck. About to get half a straightaway advantage now for the leader in the 932 factory cart. The battles for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th on the racetrack. It's all Abraham in this one. Qualified number 1. Now looking to get it done here. With the vintage Yamahas up next. Vintage Yamaha Group 5. All Abraham out of Little Monza once again, down that short straightaway into the S's. Pepper Tree on the left. The race is for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And we've got 3 to go in this one. Just a nice little Saturday cruise in the 8-lap heat race for the leader, Zachary Abraham. And he'll have a main left a little bit later on to try to pull off the triple. Number 1 qualifier, winning the heat race and winning the main event. Vintage Yamaha's up next for their heat race. Then it'll be Senior, Pro, and Masters. Abraham gets the 2 to go sign. Hernandez into the number 2 spot in front of Tahan. And it looks like the 909's out early. Yellow comes out, that tricky left-hander, just a little slide out back on track, well behind the leader. White flag out for Zachary Abraham, 1 to go. Rest of the field getting the white flag. Final lap in this one. Vintage Yamaha on the grid, ready to go. Followed by Senior, Pro, and Master to the grid. Senior, Pro, and Master to the grid. Final time for Zachary Abraham, gets the win. He's number 1 qualifier. Now he's got a heat race win. Just a main left for the triple. Hernandez second and hanging on for third. Was Tahan right in front of Christopher Kohler, the number 5. And the 11 of Christopher Huerta. And a good finish there behind the leaders. Vintage Yamaha up next. All right, while it's quiet, I wanted to remind you guys, June races, both those June races, I believe the 8th and the 22nd, those will be night races. So check with one of the officials on the start time. I believe it'll be around 4 o'clock. Night races for the June races. Both June races will be night races. If you get here 7 a.m., you're going to be really early. Ah, the distinct sound of the two-strokes, vintage Yamahas. Talk about the history of the sport. Terry Russell's 97, that is one good-looking vintage kart. Senior Pro and Masters to the grid, Group 6. Senior Pro and Master to the grid. Senior Pro and Master to the starting grid. Senior Pro and Master, Group 6. All right, they should get the green this next time through. 7 vintage Yamahas coming out to play with us today. Glad to have them out here with us, showing the history of the sport of karting. Down through the S's, and they'll come out of that right-hander. We should get a green flag for the vintage karts. 8 laps, heat race. Oh, Johnson just got passed by one kart on the outside. What a start. Johnson battles back on the inside, and he'll force the issue. It was a 97 of Russell. Russell snuck up on Johnson and got by, but by the time they were out of Big Monza, Johnson got second place back. A little bit unnecessary there. Johnson putting all kinds of pressure out front on the 28. It was Niels got out there on the early hole shot. Johnson gets by. And now Johnson looking to pull away. He's got a couple kart lengths on Tom Niels at 28. Terry Russell to 97. Bob Schiffer at the 29. And Damian Riley in kart number 8. That time Niels got a good run on the leader, Johnson. He'll tuck in behind him and won't make a move. Niels not going away. We got a good 2-kart race out front. 8 laps for the heat race. Senior Pro and Senior Pro and Masters Group 6 up to the grid. Senior Pro and Masters up to the grid, Group 6. Niels looking to get another run on Johnson. There's a good race up for the lead. Bumper to bumper and some vintage Yamahas. Niels not getting as close that time. Niels gets a good little run down the center portion of the racetrack. See what he can do here down that short straightaway in a little Monza. And we'll see what he can do. The right-hander, he's got about a 2-kart length advantage. Johnson again holding him off. So then it's Damian Riley, Murphy O'Brien, Bob Schiffer. Johnson looking to get it done. 3 laps to go next time through. Senior Pro and Master up next, the final heat race. Johnson about a kart length now, 3 to go. Johnson stays down low through Little Monza, still has about a kart length on Tom Niels. This has been close racing throughout. Niels with a strong run into the pepper tree, but Johnson holds him off. The 2 to go sign. Niels still right there. Gets a good run this time. Stuck his nose out, but doesn't attempt to make the move for the lead. Niels still right there, feeling out Johnson. Out of that left-hander down the short straightaway into Little Monza, the second of the 2 bank turns out here at Adams. Once again, Johnson goes low, and now Niels gets another strong run into the pepper tree on the short straightaway. No, doesn't get up close enough to make a move. White flag out, 1 to go. Final lap, 8-lap heat race for the vintage Yamahas. Matt Johnson. Niels got up alongside, right on the exit of Big Monza, but Johnson slamming the door shut. Johnson down low on the inside. Niels tries to cross him up and get a little momentum out of Little Monza. Niels trying everything he can to try to get by the leader. Checkered is out. They'll have a short run down the straightaway to get by. Mike Johnson closing down the transmission shop in Ontario to go racing. Corey Mack spinning the wrenches, and they win the heat race. Niels in the number 2 spot. With Terry Russell 3rd, Damian Riley 4th, 5th goes to O'Brien. Senior, Pro, and Master, the final heat race up next. Senior, Pro, and Master to the grid. We're missing a couple of you. Senior, Pro, and Master to the grid now for your heat race. Senior Pro and Master final heat race for a short lunch break, and then we'll get into the mains. Senior Pro and Master Group 6 final heat race. Take him out of that right-hander, and we'll look for the green flag. Green flag racing. Clean after going green as they take it through Little Monza. Already settling into single file formation on lap number 1. .355, William Tarosian got a great start. Jason Little right there. Nick Rajewski, the 47. Jose Silva. Silva, good start as well, up into the top 5 early on in this one. Down that short straightaway into Little Monza. Lap number 2, Tarosian trying to hold off. Little in the number 2 spot. Nick Rajewski, the 47. Silva, the 46. .355, William Tarosian. 5 of Jason Little. And Nick Rajewski, the 47. Sebastian Kozlov, the 918. Flying down the long straightaway at Adams, a little fist bump to the flagman at the starter. Looks over his right shoulder. He's got about 5 or 6 kart lengths on second place. Jason Little, the number 5 kart. And then he's in front of Nick Rajewski running third. No change in the running order up front. Corrosion with Jason Little not going anywhere. He's keeping him in his sights. He's staying close. Rajewski still in the number 3 spot. And a good little battle there for 4th and 5th out of Little Monza. With a gap back to 3 more. Four to go in this one at the halfway point. Little got a good run on the straightaways, enough to make it stick. We have a new leader, it's Little. Jason Little with a big move for the lead. Corrosion back into the number 2 spot with Max Saga moving up in the 88 in front of Nick Rajewski. Good run by Max Saga. Saga now in 3rd, looking for more. They'll get the 2 to go sign. Two to go, and Little gets to the front looking to check out. He pulls away, already has a slight advantage at a big Monza, but here comes Max Saga. Looking to get by Corrosion. Down in a Little Monza now, Saga dives down low, he makes contact with the late move, and here he comes in the white machine, gonna get by. Came in a Little Monza and big side-by-side contact on the entrance, allowing Kozlov, the 918, to move up. White flag. Saga tries to battle back up. Looks like best he can do is maybe get by Kozlov for 2nd. Jason Little all by himself out front. Final time through the S's. Jason Little with the late move for the heat race win out of that final turn. Kozlov and Saga gonna drag race to the stripe for 2nd. Kozlov will hold off Max Saga. Corrosion. Great finish here, wrapping up the heat races. We'll be down until 12:15 when we'll start up kid karts for our mains. Enjoy a short lunch break. The taco truck is here. And again, we'll be back with kid karts at 12:15. Hope everybody enjoyed a short lunch break. Before we get into our mains, we'll have our track workers get back into position, and we'll call up Kid Karts as we look to resume racing with the mains, and Kid Karts will get us started. Attention in the pits. We have a gold-colored Camry, I believe it is, up in the upper part of the pits, and you're blocking somebody in. We need you to move that car as quickly as possible, please. Once again, if you own a gold Camry, you need to move it. You are blocking someone up in the upper pit area. We'll get our track workers into position, and we'll have our national anthem as the Kid Karts make their way down to the grid, and then we'll go racing.
Number 5.
All right, as the Kid Karts make their way up to the grid and we get our track workers back into the position, at this time we'd like to thank all of our United States military and first responders for doing all that you do so we can do all that we do out here at the racetrack. We appreciate your service. And everyone that's able, we'd like to ask you to please rise, remove your hats, and join us in the singing of our national anthem.
So
Only in America, and today only at the world-famous Adams Motorsports Park, where heroes are born. AMP4 Cycle League with some vintage Yamahas thrown in. Had some great heat races. Looking forward to more of the same in the mains. Kid Karts will get us started at 12 laps. Everyone else will go 15. Cadets Group 2, you should be on your way up to the grid. Cadets Group 2. And we're looking for Auto to the grid. Auto to the grid, Kid Karts to the grid. Once again, just a reminder, our 2 June races, I believe the 8th and the 22nd, will be night races, nighttime races. I believe they'll start up about 3 or 4 o'clock. Check with one of the Adams officials for the exact time. But remember, mark it on your calendar, the 2 June races will be night races. Also, as we get into the mains, make sure you get those transponders turned in. Make sure you get those transponders turned in. We need our corner workers back to position now, please. Corner workers, back to your spots. Quick little chat with the young guns of the sport, the next generation of racers, the future. Kid Karts to get us started, 12 laps, first main of the day. Everyone else going 15, and they're off the grid onto the racetrack. Speed high for all the live timing. Adams Motorsports Park YouTube for the live stream coverage. Some great heat racing, looking for more of the same here in the mains. They'll take the shortcut and get the green flag. We're racing. There goes McPhail. Oh, and two of them get connected and collected up on the straightaway, and they get tangled up over into the dirt infield. Looks like they'll keep them running, get them back on track with a little help. Quick thinking by the track workers.
I didn't see that. What happened?
Looks like it was the 11 and the 19. Trey Sanders tucks into second early on as the field gets through Big Monza on lap number 1. The 11 Kart, as well as that 19 machine, has some work to do now. 12 laps for the Kid Kart main. McPhail, the 55.3, Trey Sanders. 81, Vivian Matijasic. 99 is Peyton Lundstrom. Got a good start as well. Nico Oliva Arana, the 6 machine. And the 123, Liam Lofton. Jacob Martis, the 5. 11, Ayrton Plan and Ezra Medina, the 19. The 2 that got tangled up right after they went green. McPhail out front. Cadets up to the grid. Cadets up to the grid. Down that short straightaway in the Little Monza, the second of the 2 bank turns out here at Adams Motorsports Park. Sanders chasing down McPhail, trying to keep him close early on here in this one. McPhail qualifying in the top spot, taking the heat race, trying to pull off the triple. Can pull off the victory here. Sanders still keeping him close. Then it's a full straightaway back to 3rd position on the racetrack. And Medina, the blue Kart, fighting back, already running in 4th after the early tangled up, trying to get a podium finish out of this. And looking to move up into 3rd right now. Getting past that 81 machine. Sanders chasing McPhail down. And Medina still didn't get by in a Little Monza now. Make an inside move side by side and squeezes through on the exit of Little Monza. So Medina fights back. Doesn't take long to get back into a podium finishing position. Back into 3rd. And will try to keep working his way up. Cadets, Group 2, up to the grid for your main. Cadets, Group 2, up to the grid. It was 2.5 seconds last time by. Now 3 seconds the advantage for our leader, Liam McPhail, the 55 over the 3, Trey Sanders. Ezra Medina, after the early tangled up, has fought back to 3rd. Matyashik in 4th, 5th is Plan. It'll be 7 to go next time they cross the stripe. Cadets up next. Group 2 up to the grid, Cadets. Remember, those June races are night races. Mark it on your racing calendar. The June races will be night races. McPhail near perfect all day. Looking to get it done here. Having a pretty good season so far on the racetrack. And second place, trying to get past some slower traffic. That's a tough break for Trey Sanders. And now 2 more with some contact, as there's 4 karts making their way down that middle portion of the racetrack, well behind the leaders. That allows McPhail to open up even more. Sanders still in the 2nd spot. Sanders, there's a 2nd place car down that middle portion here at Adams. Well behind the leaders as they take it through Big Mountain. So that's Medina well back in 3rd. Had the early tangled up and getting past some slow traffic. McPhail out of the right-hander, crossing the stripe. With 5 laps to go in this one, looking for a big win, the 55 of McPhail. Sanders just now making his way onto the straightaway. We'll see what the advantage is for the leader. Just under 20 seconds, the advantage for McPhail. 4 to go next time by. He's pulling away from his own shadow. He has time to take a short nap. It's a huge lead for the 55. Cadets Group 2 up next. Cadets up next. Our first main of the day, Kid Karts, the young guns, the future of the sport, the next generation to get us started. Sanders crosses in the number 2 spot, and Medina even farther back in 3rd, just crossing the finish line. So the field really spread out now, with 4 to go. Cadets up next, followed by Junior. As McPhail, the leader, black helmet, has to deal with about 4 slower cars on the racetrack. Doesn't want to get tangled up. Gets by one, gets through another one. Not a great place to be making the move, but gets through clean. Now that tricky left-hander. And 2 more as he approaches Little Monza. McPhail looks up on the top side of Little Monza, now down low. Down the short straightaway, next to the bus stop, approaching the S's, and now gets by. Has clean air now. Clean racetrack ahead of him. And gets the 2 to go sign. With Cadets up on the grid, ready to go for their 15-lap main. The rest of the class is going 15 laps. Cadets, Group 2 up next. Juniors to the grid. Juniors to the grid. White flag for Liam McPhail, 1 to go. Rest of the field getting the white flag lap. McPhail just a few more turns to go. McPhail taking it past the pepper tree into the S's. And half a straightaway to victory. Looking for the checkered flag. He's out of that right-hander. What a day for Liam McPhail. Checkered flag. Kid Kart victory. And the fist pump high in the sky. Sanders hangs on for the second spot. Esmera Medina, after the early tangled up at the green flag, fights his way back for the podium spot in third. Matijasic finishes fourth. Fifth goes to Ayrton Plan. Cadets ready up on the grid. And they'll wait for all the carts to pull back into the scales area, and we'll have a clear track. All right, cadets roll off track. Off grid, on track. Juniors up to the grid. Juniors group 3 up to the grid. All right, they're gonna have to bring him back around, make sure everybody's in the right spot. And we never got the green. It'll slow everybody down and get them in the right position. There we go, knows where he fits in. Couple of hand signals and slots right in. We should be ready to go this time around. Approaching the starting line. Green flag racing. Hidalgo, the yellow card down on the inside. Rittering on the outside into Big Monza. Rittering fights for position and gets the lead early from the outside. Hidalgo, the yellow cart, settles into the number 2 spot. So Rittering 56, 31 Hidalgo. Otto Butler with a good start. The 12, 909 is Daniel. Reed DeJanes the 151. Hernandez the 88, 63 Terosian. Roxy Rhino the 51. The 5 is Tanner Tennyson. Cameron Brody the 99. There goes Hidalgo. Didn't take long. The yellow card to the lead. Rittering in second. Kiera Campbell, the 4. Benjamin Monroy, the 01. 17, Mercy Hernandez. Mason Brody, the 7X, is Emery Peters. Hidalgo Rittering, Leyland Daniel got the good start as well. The 909 runs in third. Otto Butler back to fourth. And Hernandez fifth, the 88 Kart. Juniors up to the grid. Juniors up to the grid. Hidalgo and Rittering still battling out on the front end in a little Monza as Hidalgo gets himself a little bit of breathing room out on the lead. As those first three have spread out a little bit now, gap back to 4 karts fighting for position. With Butler, Hernandez, Chirosian, and Reed DeJanes. Junior's up to the grid. Group 3, Junior up to the grid. Hudson Hidalgo out front of Chase Rittering. Rittering got out on the early advantage. Hidalgo passed him on lap 3. Leyland Daniel continues to run in third, the 909. Otto Butler, the 1263. Chirosian. Hernandez, the 88, back to 6th spot. 7th is DeJanes. Tennyson, the number 5 kart, runs 8th. Brody, the 99, and Roxy Reinl into the top 10. Juniors to follow. Juniors up to the starting grid. Group 3, Juniors up to the grid. Hidalgo screeching the tires a little bit in the little Monza. Knows that Rittering is fighting hard. He's not going to give up. As next time by will be the halfway point with 7 to go. Juniors Group 3 up to the grid. Juniors Group 3 up to the grid. Just under 1 second the advantage for the leader, Hidalgo over Chase Rittering in second. Daniel continues to run third, Tarosian fourth, Butler runs fifth. Just past halfway with 7 to go. And the junior drivers up on the grid. They're up next. Juniors, Group 3, up next, followed by senior novice. Vintage Yamaha, and then the final race of the day, senior pro and master. Remember to get those transponders turned in before you leave the racetrack, and we'll hand out the trophies after the races become official. Five to go in this one. The Cadet main. 15 laps for all the mains. Kid Karts went 12. And the juniors waiting their turn on the grid. They're up next. Group 3 juniors. Good battle here. It's been all Hidalgo after the beginning of the race, where Rittering got out on the whole shot advantage. And it is all Hidalgo now. The yellow Kart crossing the stripe. That advantage on the lead now up to just under 2 seconds. Down to 3 laps to go in this one. 3 to go for Hudson Hidalgo. Juniors up next. Juniors to the grid. Rest of the field get the 2 to go sign. White flag next time by for the leader. White flag, 1 to go for Hudson Hidalgo. Rittering runs second, Daniel third. final turn. Hidalgo gets by slower traffic and gets the checkered flag. Hidalgo. Rittering second, Daniel third. Daniel finishes third, Terosian fourth, and Hernandez fifth. Final three race to the checkered. We'll get a track clear. Everybody pulled into scales and get ready for juniors. Remember, get those transponders turned back in before you leave this afternoon. Get those transponders turned in. Field set for Junior Main. Approaching the start line. Green flag racing. Gaddis, the blue cart, down on the inside. And it'll be Gaddis through Big Monza, leading the pack. Field makes it through clean. No incident there. Gaddis 2:33.77, Matthew Reinl, Brandon Chu the 21, Tyson Polk the 32, 24 Matty Dragon, Julian Villery the 95, Darian Hornsby the 61, Dominic Goncharko the 67, 916 Jeff Amundsen. And Donald Wachowski, cart number 20. And Kinzo Kawhi Kane the 519. 11 of them taking the green. Gaddis leading the way over Reinl and Brandon Chu.
We can announce that transponders are down there and check or ready.
Senior novice up to the grid. Senior novice, group 4 up to the grid. We need senior novice to the grid. Want to remind everybody, you turn in your transponders at registration, at scales, not at registration. Turn in the transponders at scales, not at registration. Rhino staying right on the leader. Gaddis got another good battle up front for the lead. Brandon Chu runs third, the 21. Once again, Gaddis seems to be quicker on the straightaways. Rhino seems to be better in the corners. Gaddis takes a look back. He knows Rhino's right there. Plenty of time left. Nobody wants to make any mistakes early in the race. Gaddis motoring it down the straightaway. That's where he's got the advantage. Rhino seems to catch him in the corners, but can't get by. Senior novice to the grid. Senior novice to the grid. Your main is up next. Bigger advantage that time for Gaddis as he got away by a couple kart lengths over second place Rhino. It's a good battle up front. Another good battle behind the leaders is for third and fourth, the final spot on the podium. Brandon Chu. And Goncharko is up to fourth.
You came off, so whenever you're good, just go ahead and get him out the cart. Do this. 519 comes by you got plenty of time. Just wheel the cart straight back and have him get out first. Job down there. Tell him to get out of the golf cart or the race.
Gaddis now with the biggest lead of the race. That's a tough break for Rhino, was running second. As you see the car right there on the infield of Little Monza. So it'll be Gaddis now, a big advantage over Brandon Chu, who's 4 seconds behind. Goncharko up to third. Tyson Pook runs fourth. Fifth is Matty Dragon. Senior novice to the grid. Senior novice to the grid. Great battle for the final spot on the podium. Oh, and there's contact on Goncharko and Chu. And Goncharko getting the worst of that deal. And Chu continues running. Happened over there by the pepper tree. So now Gaddis, Chu, and Matty Dragan up to the third and final podium spot. Tyson Pook runs fourth. Donald Wachowski runs in the fifth spot. Down to 3 to go for the leaders. 3 laps to go in this one. Cole Gaddis dominating this one. Senior novice up next. Senior novice group 4. Field getting the 2 to go sign. White flag coming out next. What a drive by Cole Gaddis. Gaddis coming down to get the white flag. 1 to go for your leader. Final lap in this one. Cole Gaddis, checkered flag, gets the win. Brandon Chu for second. Dragon for third, that's your podium. Tyson Polk for fourth, Witkowski fifth. Once again, get those transponders turned in at scales. Get your transponders turned in at scales as you come off the racetrack. 3 races to go on the day. Remember our podium presentations to follow the final race as soon as everything's official. It'll be senior novice up next, vintage Yamaha, and the final race, senior, pro, and masters.
Oh, we are next one.
Vintage Yamaha up to the grid. Vintage Yamahas up to the grid. Senior novice off the grid onto the racetrack for their 15-lap main. Remember, get those transponders turned in before you leave. At scales, you turn them in. And our podium presentation following the final race, as soon as all the races become official. Lining up senior novice. Field approaches the stripe. Green flag racing. Good start, field through. Big Monza, not a big field today in senior novice. With Abraham the 932 out front, Tahan the 7. The 5 is Christopher Kohler. Christopher Welch at the 11. Larry Hernandez the 722. Colin Herzig. Brittany Hernandez the 69. The 909. Fred Robert Dagno. I believe just 6 of them, so no Hernandez, no Dagno. Vintage Yamaha to the grid. Vintage Yamaha to the grid. All Abraham in this class today is dominating it, looking to do it for 15 more laps now, 14. In the main with Vintage Yamaha to follow. Abraham continues to pull away lap after lap. With the other 5 in a line as he continues to pull away a little bit each lap. Tahan, Kohler, and Chris Huerta. Hernandez in the top 5. Then Herzig. Senior novice main, a 15-lapper, all Zachary Abraham. As the afternoon flag movement starts here at Adams with them moving from left to right across the racetrack. Could make things a little tricky on the straightaway for the drivers as it creates a crosswind. Huerta trying to make a move for position but can't make it stick. There's the move by Huerta, moving up. So the 11 of Christopher Huerta moves up into the number 2 spot. Behind Abraham, Hernandez third. With Kohler moving back to 4th, Herzig up to 5th, Tejon back to 6th. Vintage Yamaha up to the grid. Vintage Yamaha up to the starting grid. About a half a straightaway, the advantage now over first and second place. Hernandez jumps up into the number 2 spot now. Hernandez might have popped the chain off of it. It died at a little. Monzi's running in second, so strong. Tough break there. Christopher Huerta moves up into the number 2 spot, was running in third, well behind Abraham out there on the big lead. So Abraham, the 932. Now in second is Christopher Huerta, the number 11, with Kohler, the 5, moving up into third. Herzig, the 22, runs in the 4 spot. Just past halfway, it'll be 6 to go next time they cross the stripe. Vintage Yamaha up to the grid. Vintage Yamaha to the grid. Zachary Abraham having a good day at the racetrack, looking to win this one. Still has 5 to go to do it. A full straightaway advantage now. The battle for second and third between Christopher Huerta and Christopher Kohler. The 11 and the 5 carts gonna battle for the final spot on the podium. Then it's Herzig, cart number 22, running in 4th. 4 of them left, run of them, 6 of them taking the green. And vintage Yamaha up next. Abraham gets another lap. There's that battle for second. Now Huerta with a little bit of breathing room over Kohler. 11 in the 5 carts. Abraham will get the 2 to go sign next time by with vintage Yamaha up next. Abrahams gets a white flag, 1 to go. Huerta now all by himself in the number 2 spot. Kohler off the podium after trouble, and Herzig moves up to 3rd. So Colin Herzig trying to get that final spot on the podium. Zachary Abraham with the win. The double fist bump takes a checkered. Led every lap, pulled off the triple. Number 1 qualifier, won the heat race and won the main. Christopher Huerta for second. And Colin Herzig up for 3rd. Vintage Yamaha. It's like two of them having issues up there on the grid. They'll give them a few minutes. Johnson, the 17. Still taking a look at two on the grid. All right, looks like they're gonna go green this time through. Two of them, they can't get fired up. Tough break there, and the rest of the field. Oh, they will bring them back around one more time. As they scramble trying to bring these things to life. That worked. They sprinted down, a little shot into the airbox and fired that thing right up. So one of the two come to life will join the party. So 5 of them as they're still trying to bring that thing to life on the grid. Senior Pro and Master, final group, Group 6, up to the grid for your main, Senior Pro and Master. All right, looks like we should go racing here. As 5 of them, vintage Yamahas. Racing! Johnson goes right to the lead. Mike Johnson. $28 O'Neill's right there. You figured those two would do battle here. 15 laps. Senior Pro and Master up to the grid. Senior Pro and Master up to the grid. Johnson made the engine swap before the main. Was it the right call? So far, so good after the start. Niels runs in the number 2 position. Terry Russell, that good-looking 97 Kart, in 3rd. Damian Riley, the number 8, the 75 of Ronald Blanchard. So no O'Brien, Schiffer, Seguin, or Pearson. Johnson continues to pull away, just about a second advantage over Niels. Niels can't hang with him early. With Russell running third, then Riley and Blanchard. Johnson wasted no time getting out on the whole shot advantage after going green and continues to get a little bit more advantage, making the adjustments down there on the engine. That was an engine swap along with the clutch before the main. So all the right decisions. So far, so good for Johnson. Senior Pro and Master up to the grid, Group 6. Senior Pro and Master, you are final race of the day. Oh, Johnson hitting that inside, getting thrown all over the racetrack. Adams Kart Track very hard on the body out here. The main for the vintage Yamahas, it's all Mike Johnson. Senior Pro and Master making their way up to the grid. Senior Pro and Master. And the vintage Yamaha approaching the halfway point in their main. It's all Johnson so far. The advantage now, he's up over 2 seconds on Tom Niels. And now it's down to 1.9 seconds. So Niels is catching up to the leader. And we'll see what happens the next time through, because there's still plenty of time as we're only at halfway next time by. 1.9 seconds the advantage. Johnson over Niels last time. Terry Russell down the mid portion of the racetrack in that good looking 97. That thing is super clean. Always cool to see the vintage Yamahas. Russell getting that third and final spot on the podium. Riley and Blanchard fourth and fifth. Four to go next time by. As Johnson continues to lead, 1.9 seconds the advantage over Tom Niels. Johnson holding on to that advantage. That's first and second place right there, and Niels gets loose off the racetrack, puts the two left side tires in the dirt in Big Monza, and slides off the track into the hay bales. Niels with a mistake trying to catch the leader. And Johnson will have clear sailing the rest of the way to get the job done here. Niels was just about 2 seconds behind, so not sure he was catching him. But he was all by himself, put the left side tires up in the dirt, and that thing never recovered and slid up into the bales. And Big Monza takes out another racer. Blanchard, the 75, is out as well. So we're only going to have Johnson, Russell, and Riley now left running in this one. 3 vintage Yamahas. Johnson getting ready to lap some slower traffic. He's catching up to the 8 of Riley, who's actually up to 3rd place now. So tough break for Niels on that one. And Johnson just needs to finish a few more laps here to get it done. Checkered flag, Mike Johnson, your winner. Johnson takes him the distance, flag to flag, wire to wire, pulls it back into scales with the vintage Yamaha victory. Terry Russell for second and Damian Riley for third. Final race of the day, Senior Pro and Master. Approaching the starting line. Green flag racing. Down on the inside for the whole shot and the lead out of Big Monza. It's the 5 of Jason Little. So a good clean start. Senior Pro and Master Little getting challenged early. On the straightaway next to bus stop. Pulled up alongside, and one of them already coming in through the outdoor. And the day's gonna end early. That whole front cowling's pointed the wrong direction. Jason Little, Sebastian Kozlov, and Nick Rajewski, William Tarosian, the 355. The 9, Dominic Adams. Max Saga runs 6, the 88. Michael Velasquez, the 1, 2, 3, runs 7th. 777, Jacob Rice runs in the 8th spot. 9th, Steven Hernandez, 22. Yahya Isa, the 16, 511. Y. Alexander Munoz. And Silva had the early trouble. Tough break for Jose Silva. Kozlov goes to the lead. Little back to second. There goes Kozlov. No, now Little got him back. Little back to the front. Little and Kozlov going at it early on in this one. Kozlov to the inside, Little Monza. They've already changed the lead 3 times. Little bit of contact there, and Little gets hung up. He'll fall back to 3rd now. As Rajewski gets by. Little gets back by Rajewski, and Little back into 2nd. Kozlov pulling away now, has a little bit of an advantage while the others battle. Like to remind everybody, get those transponders turned in before you leave the racetrack. Kozlov looks back to find Little, who's charging, getting up close to him again. Max Saga, the 88, up into 3rd. Watch out for Saga, the 88. Plenty of time left in this one. Final race of the day. Three-cart battle for the lead. Kozlov's big lead has disappeared. Then Little. And then Max Saga right there, all 3 of them. As they're already coming up to slower traffic out of Little Monza. Kozlov with the lead, has the advantage. 3 karts up there for the battle for the lead in the final race of the day. Kozlov gets by the slower traffic. Saga forcing the issue. Little gets hung up, but he'll make it through as well. Little's not happy that he's slower traffic, is battling with the 3 leaders, but he gets by. It hung Little up. Advantage goes to Kozlov, able to separate a little bit. Max Saga now into second. Little once again back in third. He's having a rough race. Kozlov back on the lead. Halfway point of the race. Dominic Adams runs 4th. William Tarosian 5th. Nick Rajewski back to 6th. Sebastian Kozlov trying to get it done this afternoon. Max Saga has been fast in the second half of these races. And Saga, don't look now, is right there going to challenge for the lead. He's caught Kozlov. Little farther back in third now. Just past halfway. Can Max Saga get it done? Comes right up on the back bumper of the leader through the S's. And now the long straightaway. Saga gets a good run. He'll make the move. Max Saga to the front. Now it's Kozlov's turn to fight back. Can he hang with the leader? Into Little Monza. He's still on Max Saga's back bumper. Max the black helmet. Kozlov the white helmet, red suit. Now he's getting a little bit of distance on Kozlov. Jason Little third. Four to go next time by. The battle for second and third on the podium. Little has now caught second. That's Kozlov. Or third for the final spot on the podium. Saga out front. Oh, and Kozlov pulls off. He lost the podium spot. Now it's Little running in second. Tough break for Kozlov. He's out. Dominic Adams is the number 9. They'll duke it out for second and third. Little for the time being as second. They'll come up to some slower traffic. It'll be 3 to go next time by. Leaders will get the 2 to go sign the final 2 laps of the day. Join us for our podium presentation immediately following the races as soon as they're official. Saga gets by some slower traffic without incident. Little holding off. Adams for second and third. For the white flag, 1 to go for Max Saga. There goes Adams, a drag race, and Little got pinched off by the slower traffic. Nice move, Adams up into second. One more time through the S's. Saga, Adams, and Little, top 3. Max Saga, checkered flag, gets the win. Adams for second, Little for third. Erosion up for fourth, and into the top 5, Nick Rajewski. Wraps up the racing. Once again, remember to turn in those transponders and give us a few minutes as soon as the results are official. We'll have our podium presentation down here below the announcing.